Hello there, folks. How is everyone doing today? I hope you're all doing amazing. I had an amazing couple of weeks and a lot of amazing feedback um, about a mod I developed for Outer Wilds, part of Mod Jam 6. We're working on some bug fixes with it, and we're waiting to hear back what place we actually got, but the feedback so far has been amazing, and that's where I've been for a couple of weeks. But now, Frostpunk, Breach of Trust. Chapter 1, New Edinburgh. New Edinburgh is in tumult. The fault beneath it quakes. Aurora has cut off food supplies. Starvation looms, and only conquest or desperate barter will stave it off. Let's go with officer difficulty. I think basically everything we can start at officer difficulty for experiencing things. Interesting. Instead of captain, it's first citizen. Hmm.
I had a dream, and it was magnificent. A city where hunger and cold were but a distant memory. For 30 years, the dream came true. You were fed. You were warm. Yet never happy. You had it all. I gave you all. Well, fate is a moody lad. Now, I will leave you to take it into your own hands. I had a dream of ash, fire, and smoke. You running around like sheep, looking for a shelter, looking for your master. Aye, that won't be me.
Oh. Shit.
Edinburgh is evacuated.
The world ends.
Thousands die. The survivors settle beside a dormant volcano, harnessing its endless warmth. They establish a colony, Aurora, atop a frozen lake. Its bountiful harvest becomes their lifeline. As years pass, a feud grows between colony and capital. A captain seizes power and enforces a truce. More heat is drawn from the depths. More fish is demanded from Aurora. Fed and warm for 30 years, New Edinburgh is a miracle.
The big rumble.
Abundance curdles. The ground roars. The captain is overthrown. His madness ends. Aurora, still consumed by the old rust, declares independence. Today, New Edinburgh starves. The mountain groans. Through rumbling and despair, one steps forward. You.
Yeah. Alrighty.
We will cast our votes. No more captains! No more captains!
No more captains. Okay. Before being sworn in as first citizen, you must be approved by New Edinburgh's borough's council. All eyes are upon you. The Four Fingers, who led the rebellion against the previous captain, are clamoring to bring steel to Aurora, while the ever-scheming brokers advocate a diplomatic solution with the defiant colony. Meanwhile, the cautious founders are biding their time, waiting, as always, before throwing in their lot with the winner. The presiding officer motions for silence. The floor is yours. Okay. Decide how to handle the rebellious colony. You will have 1 year to honor your word. The other path will remain open. I think we should try to broker relations with them, negotiate with Aurora. We will secure food by trading with the newly independent colony. Let's do it. And it seems either way we would win. So there's the Four Fingers, the brokers, and the founders. And it looks like it's about 1/3 each way.
The delegates have spoken. The law takes effect.
Okay, so this is a very Irish group. First citizen, your statement is clear. Secure a future for New Edinburgh. You know what? I need to hear how this is pronounced. Pronounce. Scotland.
We are looking at how to pronounce these names and more confusing.
Just don't make it like a whole ordeal. Just
Edinburgh.
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 Edinburgh. New Edinburgh. Okay. The mountain activity and the tremors have severely damaged New Edinburgh. Yet it seems you will soon have to handle the situation with Aurora one way or another. Whether you open and maintain negotiations with the colony or prepare for war is now up to you. Okay. I need to... Volume seems a little bit loud to me, so I'm going to... Okay. Let's look at temperature first off. Oh, all of the pieces of my watch have fallen off. Cool. The little Velcro pads. Okay. So we can turn you down by 1. We can turn you down by 2? Wow. Okay. Why is there that gap there? I guess that is a food district. We can adjust these to bring them together, probably. Okay, these are geothermal plants. Okay. How many resources do we have? We have 250 heat stamps. No access to resource deposit. Okay, so we dismantle that. No access to resource deposit. Okay, so 2 things to dismantle. Let's look at districts. We don't have enough for that. Okay. We have more than enough housing. So we can do that and get a little bit more. Nope. Okay, we're in a bit of a spot, it seems. We might as well repair this, and requires more prefabs. Cool. Idea tree. Advanced geothermal plants. I think researching this first and then going towards housing insulation, I think that'd be good.
First citizen, we are calling you. Hear us, first citizen.
We're all in this equally. Adapting is the smart way of dealing with things. We should learn more about you.
From ashes we rise.
Through fire we walk. From ashes we rise.
Revolutionaries, investigators of the revolution, instigators of the revolution to overthrow the old captain. They are full of zeal and determination. Toilers, they treat labor as a passion, not a chore. As their zeal rises, they happily work more and lessen the burden for others. Interesting. They strive to undo the wrongs of the old regime and take joy in seeing it dismantled. Community actions. Gather weaponry. Ask them to surrender any stock of weaponry they have so they may be used to arm soldiers. Distribute weaponry. Arm them, boosting their members' zeal and augmenting their militancy. Forge deep crevasses. Send crews into treacherous crevasses to forage for edible fungi. Okay. Adaptation, equality, and reason.
First citizen.
Hear us, first citizen.
Brokers. What?
First citizen.
First citizen.
First citizen. We are calling you.
Why can't I click to learn about them? Weird.
First citizen.
First citizen.
We are calling you.
Interesting. Okay. In any case, let's go explore the Frostland. Aurora's up here. Formidable strength, some amount of defiance. Clinging to the only broad rocky spur rising from the frozen lake, well protected from the threat of thaw, Aurora has, over time, unraveled into far more than a fishing colony. Around its primitive furnace, a self-sufficient urban center has flourished, transforming its clan of rugged hunters into a proud community. Logistics, fisheries, wood, and prefabs. I want to negotiate trade. Oh, New Edinburgh. Very high, above average. Let's go with very high. I think we need a good amount of food. I think keeping 20,000 is solid. And let's just make this certain. Yeah, let's send this proposal. Morning. Okay. Hopefully, we are in good position. Rally point for troops. Algae refinery. Controlled by Aurora. Slightly larger than a pond and carved deep into the frozen terrain, it serves as an extraction point for what remains of the once vast, wild algae field. Although its productivity is clearly fading, Aurorans still rely on the copious vegetation preserved beneath the ice, scraped to the surface and processed into a highly nutritious, long-lasting food supply. This site clearly remains an important factor in maintaining the colony's strength. Okay. We have 20. So I think we scout these planes and we scout these planes. We have something being researched. I don't think there's really anything to build currently. Let's see. You're producing that. We have quite a bit of geothermal here. Pumping geothermal. Okay, we have more than enough geothermal. Good to know. Okay, and I think, as much as I'm normally like, hey, we should reduce fervor, I think, based upon what I read, having higher fervor means that they're more willing to work for this group specifically. I could be wrong.
Citizen, we are calling you.
First citizen election will be held in 99 weeks. Okay, so once every 2 years, basically. Okay, I think that's enough prep, enough setup. I think we get going. Ration cook. Chucking roots in a boiling pot. I've nightmares about root stew, I swear. Sick of the reek, sick of the sight. My body cannot stomach it. Nor me ours forgive it. Those envoys to Aurora had best strike good news. We're chewing shite that ought never pass for food. Despite the old rust with Aurora, everyone in the city is dreaming of having a steady food supply once again. Something fishy. Trade negotiations. First citizen, a troubled message from our negotiators in Aurora. They've lodged us over a fishmonger's. The stank's bad enough, but it's the shop servants that are the real problem. We're certain they're Lockmore spies. For each and every negotiating session, surprise, surprise, Aurora kens our weak points. The negotiators warn this weakens our negotiating position and request action. Pay them to feed misinformation to their masters. Pay them, if caught, the servants will be flogged by their masters. Minus 20 Aurora strength. Call them out on it. This will create an incident, but stop the spine. Nice. Yes. Nice amount of points you spent there. I think we can deal with a little bit of defiance right now. And I don't know how important the defiance stat is. Refuse to negotiate with you. Yes, okay. I think we do this. It's less loss of Aurora's strength, but I think this is what we should do. Yep, dropped down a little bit. Defiance went up. Okay. So we'll see what events come. Reduce steam output to 200 or less to limit tremor danger. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, wow, that's quite a bit down. Hmm. 183, I guess. I guess that's the best we can do. Okay. What's in each of these? We have a research, we have a prison, we have a dense housing block, and a second dense housing block. Okay. We have nothing for population growth. Trade proposal accepted. Good, good, good. A good trade. Negotiations. First citizen. Negotiations with Aurora were successful. Despite the old rust between the food colony and New Edinburgh, both delegations maintained enough restraint and decency to assess the needs on both sides and bring the lengthy talks to a very positive conclusion. Aurora has granted us 50 weeks to fulfill our part of the deal. Only then will they send what we requested. Send the resources using the diplomacy panel before the deadline expires. Very well. Diplomacy panel. Yes. We need an industrial district, which I'm going to propose we build that probably here. Something like that. And then a material stockpile hub here to save on workers. Are there additional things we can research for? Not seeing anything there. Nothing there. There's nothing for like additional stability or anything like that. Negotiate for survival success. You have kept your promise to conclude a trade agreement with Aurora in your first year in office. Your people see a path to avoid starvation. They breathe a sigh of relief. Yet much work remains. We must now conclude and carry out several more. Only with a stockpile that can feed us for years will New Edinburgh's future be secure. Trust rises. Okay. Food will last for 50 weeks. Okay. So we need to build more stockpiles so that we can hold on to the food.
First citizen.
True to our word, negotiations. First citizen, we have successfully delivered our part of the recent deal with Aurora. The shipment was carried out in full compliance with the deadlines agreed upon during the negotiations, and it definitely raised more than a few eyebrows there in the colony, where they evidently expected us not to keep our word. In turn, Aurora delivered the promised shipment. Nothing appears to be missing. Very well. Defiance is much lower. Very good. We're not going to have a lot to offer right now, so I think we might need to hold off. We have a year. I think let's expand this district. Actually, this is over here. So we'll do this. And you should get expanded as well. Like that. Okay. I think we need to reduce temperature. Yeah. 77 weeks. Okay, that's doable. I think another research would be good. We do need more prefabs though, so perhaps we're expanding those. Restore was broken. To store what was broken, success. We have repaired or demolished all districts damaged by the tremor. They should now be able to stay standing, even if damaged again by subsequent tremor. Yet even in districts that stay standing, many will be killed or injured when subsequent tremors strike. We must build emergency shelters next to all our districts to protect our population. We will build emergency shelters. Those are hubs, I'm assuming? Drum hothouse. Interesting. Emergency shelter hub. Okay. Gotcha. That'll be the next thing we research once this is complete. At least one emergency shelter hub. Provide at least adequate emergency shelter coverage in at least 4 districts. So probably one right here would be good. I think we need to do prefabs, and you also do prefabs. As much as having goods is really important.
And will consider the first citizen's agenda.
Agenda. Propose a law. Okay. Potentially we should do that so that we can start bringing in some people. Call to responsibility. To prevent council deadlock, the first citizen may call for an immediate revote when a law is rejected by a narrow margin. Fresh mandate. The first citizen may call for snap elections, cutting the current term short and starting another if won. Suspend elections. First citizen may suspend the regular election schedule in times of crisis. But tension increases. The first citizen may call up citizens for mandatory military service. Resource use restrictions. To prepare for hard times and meet trade agreements, the first citizen may restrict the use of certain resources for non-critical purposes. Goods trade citizen. Limits the amount of materials. Okay. Where are we at?
First citizen. Can you hear us?
Oh, I can't promote different groups. Interesting. Allow productive outsiders. Family apprenticeship. Let's grant agenda. And here's family apprenticeship. And it's close enough. I think we're going to vote on this. Just as is.
The proposed law has been approved.
It's being approved. Awful. Awful accent. My interpretation of it, not good. I probably just shouldn't. Forgotten Gowl Birds, the old captain's legacy. First citizen, as you know, the old captain had the unfortunate habit of locking up his opponents. Although we freed all political prisoners, we are unsure what to do with the Aurorans. These poor sods are as much victims as we were, points out a founders delegate who used to share their lot. We should send them home as a token of goodwill and give away precious leverage, counters a broker. These blokes are worth 10 times their weight in food. They will call it ransom, but it's just good business. I think keeping defiance low is important. I think that's probably the most important metric if we're wanting to do trade with them. Okay, emergency shelter hubs. Let's go. What sorts of buildings do we have? Industrial. Just dense housing block. Okay. Marginally increased by steam output. Increased by past geothermal overexploitation. Okay. Massive amount of food via diplomacy. 242 weeks. Okay, that's how long we have for the total campaign, basically. I'm assuming. Okay. Sheltered camp. These people have managed to place their camp in a crevasse, safe from the freezing wind. Hunters and gatherers, some travel for days looking for game before returning to feed their families. They have a small shrine. We don't know to whom these people are praying, but they seem to be praying we will take them to New Edinburgh. Yes. Frostland dwellers. Interesting. I guess they're not Frostlanders. They're just dwellers of the Frostland. Anyways, we take them in. Set amidst a barren landscape, some tombs have been desecrated by wild beasts, or maybe grave robbers. Come back in just a moment. Rusted remains of a machine sit wedged against a rocky cliff. Its components are crudely welded together from other machines: sawmill blades, sled tracks, a chassis from a wrecked transport, a locomotive's engine. Tracks in the snow show that the crew left to get help, but they didn't make it far. The metal is too rusted to be of much use, but we will carefully pull apart the machine. If we carefully pull apart the machine, we could salvage the cores. And that we shall. We can get to these planes safely. We will increase this. Let's go ahead and expand these districts. So you currently have 1 temperature level. So we will keep it that way. +1 temperature level. Requires more prefabs. Okay. Tension. The next thing we research might need to be, if we look at hubs, I think it's the fighting hub, because this is for tension, right? Tension, yes. $15, okay. I think we take this group in as well. -6, okay. But
First citizen.
Hear us, first citizen.
more housing. And then maybe an additional research institute here, so that we can research faster. Already expanded. Already expanded. I guess we'll just expand you. 1, 2, 3, like this. And let's do a bit of frost breaking. There's food over here. Okay, we don't have enough workers. Workers? We don't have enough heat stamps right now for that. Food is running out in 5 days. Yeah, whatever. Let's let them work through things. I think we need to raise funds from you as well. Interesting. Okay. Let's... What is it you want? Free essentials? Here, let's look. Family apprenticeship. Infectious badge. This is... There's a lot more going on here. Okay. Let's... Interesting. I thought you had something else there, but let's grant the agenda to you. Ceremonial... Oh, this is ceremonial funerals. Oh, well.
The votes are in. The measure passes.
Doesn't help with disease, but it will help with trust.
The law has passed in the council. Take heed.
Take heed. Okay. I think we need more industrial districts. Brave to say, I know. Um, 6 weeks. I think we need to speed things along. Remnants of a Madman, the old captain's legacy. First captain, a group of Four Fingers has gathered around the old captain's mansion. Oh shit. I say whatever that crook stashed in there before we went ruckling off belongs to the folk of New Edinburgh. Cried one of them. Let's claim what's inside and tear down the place. The founders beg you to protect the building. The old chap went off his head in the end, but he was one of the settlers who built the city. While it stands, the house is both a memory and a precious warning. I I think let's see, greatly worsen with the founders, or worsen with the Four Fingers, greatly improve with the founders. Let's do this.
After 30 years, the old captain's mansion stands still as a memory and a warning.
And a warning. Oh shit. Okay, that's 11 weeks. We need to expand more over this way. Okay. Yeah, let's do a bit more frost breaking. Like that. But we should build our new food district right here. Plus 76 heavy weaponry. Oh, interesting. Okay. Worsen. Let's promote them. Let's negotiate trade. We need to do better. Can I build more? I can. So we shall. We have sawmills available. I should be building some of those. Health and home life. Workplaces must adhere to standardized daytime hours. Okay. Hmm. Do we have any silica foundry spots? Requires more workforce. Okay. Youth. Dutiful youth, liberated youth, or shielded youth. To experiment free from arbitrary bounds and judgments. Let's do dutiful youth, I think. Gauge calibrator. Pensively chewing on his lunch. I mind the captain. What to think of him, I cannot say. Some folk should never lose their senses while holding others' lives. Aye. But smashing the house that was once his home would mend none of his wrongs. There's been enough wrecking. While unnerving to some, the old captain's house is a place of historical importance for many citizens. Which is here. Okay. We need prefabs for that. Okay. We shall build at least... Oh! It takes 3 tiles. Okay. I think we'll build 1 there. I think we should get some sawmills going. 24 weeks, 28 weeks. Okay. I think an emergency one up here makes sense. In due time. I think we'll do there. I think we need to negotiate. Brokers, vote for. We won't condemn. I think building a dense housing block is reasonable. So that we shall.
The eyes have it.
I see. Okay, next research. Workplace childcare. Excuse me. Gosh, what do we need? I think dedicated motherhood.
Note, a new rule enters into force.
Will last for 5 weeks. Oh shit. Let's negotiate trade. We need food. And I think we do that. Benane Cave. The collapse of a rock wall revealed a terrifying scene to our scouts. Embedded in the ice of a small cave, eerily well preserved, lies none other than Shawnee McKinnon, one of the exiles from Old Edinburgh, and more infamously, a cannibal. His perfectly preserved tartan confirms his grim legend. Beside him are the remains of the 2 families he devoured just before the whole caravan finally spotted the volcano where New Edinburgh now stands. I think we do this. Ambush transport. This is what our Frostland explorers usually call a fortunate tragedy. A shipment of coal, still largely intact, left abandoned alongside the remains of those who were transported it. Not a rarity in the Frostland. Yet another tale of violence and bitter irony. There's no doubt the convoy was attacked, just as it is clear the assailants failed to figure out how to carry off the loot. Problem our scouts, on the other hand, certainly don't have. We shall take the coal, and that leaves us pretty well off, actually. Not enough currently with that. I need to clear out a little bit over here. Let's do that. And I don't have enough heat stamps. Okay. Hey. I can't get heat stamps from you. Hey. I can't get heat stamps from you. Cool. Smelter, hallucinating on her bed. Can't get up. I must not. Won't. Or else she'll see me. Sister Bone. Hunger. Experience dreadful side effects. We need the heat stamps. I think we need to do this. I think we need to expand this out this way. And we need more prefabs. Great number of citizens now have swift access to emergency shelters. Congratulations, first citizen. Tremors will kill far fewer people. We have shelter from harm. 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's do this for tension is decreased. Awaiting their response. All right. A good trade. Despite the old rust. Very well. Okay. Another sawmill. Ooh, actually, we should not. Shoot. Okay. We should build over to there and research Silica Foundry. Because that's where we're going to be getting a lot of materials from. Yeah, so after this, it's going to be the foundry here. One week. Tremor imminent. Wait. This is already out of food? Holy shit. Okay. Silica Foundry. Yeah, increased disease, whatever. Silica Foundry's better. Dedicated motherhood. I need to. Oh shoot! I just researched another law thing. No, I said dense housing block. Okay, we're good. We're fine. I should dense housing block, and I'll go here. No access to resources, so we dismantled that.
First citizen.
41 weeks.
Shelters are for people, not possession.
Oh, tremor. Requires 100 prefabs, which we don't have. Buried alive. Burying people, but a massive tremor has struck our city, far stronger than anything we've experienced before. It has torn through entire districts, burying people beneath the rubble. New Edinburgh is in shock, caught between panic and sorrow. Streets have split open and buildings lie crumpled like dead spiders. Worse still, we can hear the muffled cries of people trapped beneath the debris. While some beg of us to search for their missing relatives, the devastated districts threaten to collapse at any moment, endangering our rescue teams. Are you willing to risk more lives to save a few, or should we write off the missing as dead? Some people, while there is life, there is hope. Some people will die, many will be injured. Tension is slightly increased. Many people will die. I think we do this.
For a detailed list of obituaries, please visit your local administrative office.
And then I think an emergency shelter hub needs to be built over here. "57 weeks. Only 23 weeks of food. Fuck. Okay.
First citizen.
First citizen.
First citizen, we are calling you.
Not enough workforce, which is bad. We will reduce the amount of workforce there for this. Um, we don't need the prison active right now. So we can do... That needs 600 workforce. There we go.
Our scouts filled in another blank spot on the map.
Motley machine. The rusted remains of a machine sit wedged against a rocky cliff. Its components were crudely welded together from other machines. Oh, this is the same as like another thing that was said. Burning bonfire. These people work nonstop just to survive. Lit up at the sight of our scouts, to whom they confessed they yearned, their yearning for finer things in life besides gathering wood and food. Well, you're going to be gathering wood and food just over here, probably. And we can't really explore anything else right now, unfortunately.
First citizen.
First citizen.
We are calling you.
Um... Let's do durable goods. Should we? Yeah, let's do durable goods.
The delegates have spoken. The law takes effect.
Okay. Ah.
Citizens, a new law is in effect.
We must expand. I think 300 heat demand using steam and have absent squalor. Easy. Oh, we're in a pretty rough state. We really need these silica foundries. Trust falls? What's down here? First, food security. First citizen. You're halfway through your first term. Congratulations. To win re-election, you'll have to satisfy your citizens' primary expectation to provide food. Fail to meet their expectations or meet them with a meager stockpile that will soon run out, and your relations with them will suffer, dooming your chances. If food is abundant, however, you can boost those same chances by distributing extra rations. I see. Well, food is not good, as it turns out. Okay. There's food over here. So we should do that. So to reach 10,000, we need 41 weeks. $30 weeks, 1 day. First citizen is clear now. We dug too deep. The fault beneath us is unstable, and no matter how much we reduce our steam extraction, more tremors are inevitable. We can protect our people from the worst of their effects, but they can still terrorize us and destroy our districts. There is one more way we can make them less frequent, however, by venting seismic stress through specialized fault stabilizer districts. Let's do a stabilizer hub. Okay. Turn that off. Reduce you further. I'm under 10,000 coal. Fuck. Okay. I did see a coal spot down here though, right? Yes, okay. Any other coal spots that I can use? There. Okay, I need a bit more workforce, which I can temporarily reduce this in order to give me the workforce needed. Yeah, just that amount. Coal liquefactors. because this is more efficient. Yeah, I think we should do this. Okay, and then we need an extraction district there. We need 600 workforce, though. That's not enough. Okay, new extraction district here. A lot of tension.
First citizen.
First citizen.
First citizen. We are calling you.
I think we have to do that.
First citizen.
First citizen. First citizen.
Let's go ahead and promote this group as well, which will hopefully help with re-election. We do need to get into medical. We need a little bit more workers. Okay. Small amount of prefabs. I think heat pipe watch is just better. Yes. It's not well supported. Trust rises. I think we should do heat pipe watch. Vote for. And then grant agenda is easy enough to do.
The delegates have spoken. The law takes effect.
Okay. And then brokers.
First citizen.
First citizen.
Grant agenda. Okay. Look at that. Silica foundry. Okay, we're close on this. We're close on this. We lower this. Actually, we're gonna make all of these chili. And then extraction district here. We don't need these teams right now. So we lower that down. I think we need to research the hospitals soon. Oh, we do have hospitals. Okay. Under housing, recovery hospital. Okay. Yep. Okay, we have enough there. Stockpile the promised coal. Fantastic. Send resources. Okay. Food district. Requires more heat stamps. We're so low on heat stamps, we need to do something.
First citizen? First citizen?
Citizen, we are calling you.
First citizen.
First citizen. Can you hear us? First citizen.
Hear us, first citizen.
Okay. What else is available? Unfortunately, I think we need to do this.
We've completed a trade with Aurora.
I think materials is going to be our best bet. I think I need to build emergency shelter over here. Protect those people. I don't have any emergency shelter over here currently. Yeah. Recovery hospital, we'll build that there. This has ran out of food. Great. Love it.
First
Oh, okay. The balance of food and everything here is... it feels extremely tight. Okay. I think we need to explore the Frostlands more. And I think doing this would be best. Okay, let's negotiate. I think because it takes 5 weeks, I think we can have 20,000 goods by then. And we can probably have that much. Yes. I think we do that. We promised coal, but maybe we'll be able to have oil next time around.
The delegates have...
Okay. Allow productive outsiders. I'm not gonna really go one way or the other for this. Whatever happens, happens.
The eyes have it.
Okay. Productive outsiders it is. Hear us, first citizen. We should build another emergency shelter up there, but we should also do that. Continue building over in this direction. Yeah. We're successful. Very well. Okay. We almost have enough there. We need to build the silica foundries.
Citizens, our researchers have completed their latest
Okay. Ah, not enough heat stamps. Well.
First citizen.
I think we need to do that. Some people will die, disease is decreased. I think we're just working through it. It'll be fine. Heat stamps definitely needed, though. How long until we can ask you for heat stamps? Oh, 4 weeks. That's not too bad. 15 weeks until then. We're actually losing out on stuff with that right now. I think we'll actually turn these off. Because we need 20,000, right? We actually turn you off. And we need another housing district. We don't have the prefabs, though. So we need to do some amount like that. Okay. We'll have plenty soon enough. There we go. Send resources. Okay. Get these all going. You need to do prefabs. You also need to do prefabs. No, I said prefabs. And I said prefabs. There's a little bit of bugginess in this game, which I really wish there wasn't. Let's get research going. I think the Frostland Scout training. I think we do this. And if we look, currently we can't, but if we do logistics and then this, I think that'll help out.
Newcomer outsiders, be reminded.
Okay. I want to look at this. They have limited goods availability. Scarce amount of coal. But maybe if we do carrying coal liquefactor, right?
From all corners of the city, the council gathers.
Not actually very well liked. Generate heat stamps, I think. Mostly hesitant. We'll say vote for. And then we can use youth volunteer duty.
The delegates have spoken. The law takes effect.
It lowers trust, so we shouldn't do it yet. Okay. I think we should now go into who's okay, founders. Okay. More than enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hopefully. And then we're going to add a dense housing block there. I wish we could add dense housing block while that's going, but whatever. We should do that and see if they will accept the other thing. You are almost certain to win. Hold vote now. Law supported. Vote.
The proposed law has been approved.
It's being approved. Not face election for another 99 weeks. Excellent. Okay. Will you? Okay, you will not. Good to know. Very high. Filled in 11 weeks. Okay. That's doable. I think we should do that. And then I also think we should add a fuel stockpile hub. Probably one here. And call that good for now. Okay. Next burst of population, we're only halfway through. Unfortunately, we probably don't have the time to build that, but we could see about... Yeah, that takes 400 prefabs, which we don't have.
Our researchers have
Workplace installation. Okay. Requires 50 heat stamps, which we don't have.
we have agreed terms for a trade with Aurora.
Good trade. Okay. We have a good amount of workers. We should definitely be adding more industrial districts. Partially so we can start getting goods, and partially so that we can start, we can scale up as we need to for the, prefabs. Okay. I think our main thing is disease right now. So we should build some recovery hospitals over here. Yeah.
First citizen. We are. Hear us, first citizen.
Okay. Law. Scout training. Pathfinder scouts. What was the active promise with them? Grant agenda. Okay. You want Pathfinder scouts. Very cool. Very good. And then we'll do this. Cool. So now we can negotiate. Vote for. And we want a recovery hospital. So it works out well.
The votes are in. The measure passes.
Okay. Tremor. Okay. Failed to do the thing, but hopefully this next thing I'll be able to do easily. Little Nails. First citizen, we have received widespread reports of children in emergency shelter falling into chronic uncontrollable hysteria. There was this lad, no more than 10, recalls an orderly, had his hands over his wee sister's ears, holding her tight to his chest as the earth shook. Around them, the other barons were screaming bloody murder. Some grown folk were eyeing that racket with the dark thoughts that come when a body is spent, she went on. It's a miracle no one snapped. With activities and toys, will cost 1 heat stamp per week. Medicate the children. Do nothing. Fuck. I really wish I could invest. I think we're gonna do nothing. I am going to build one of these stabilizer hubs ASAP. Send resources. Now we wait. Okay. I really wish we could send oil. But alas, we'll just make it more efficient for us to use oil. Okay. Research, because research is time bound. Can't do that. the heat yield of the selected fuel type. Let's research that.
The council has convened and awaits the first.
Okay.
Citizen. We are calling. Hear us, first citizen.
That they would, no law they would like to propose.
Hear us, first citizen.
Let's grant agenda to you. Mandatory school. Okay. Population is about to grow again. Oh, we really need to research Fighting Hub. Okay. What can we explore now? Planes over here. Why'd I build you here? Strange. Probably adjust it over here in the future, but whatever for now. Okay. Founders' demands met. Mostly against. Actually, it needs to be you vote against. Actually, I'm gonna just let this go, however. Kinda hope it doesn't go through, but also I'm not too fussed, I think, if it does.
Spoken. The law takes effect.
Okay. Next thing has to be fighting hubs. I'm out of heat stamps. A bunch more live amongst us. We need 40 heat stamps. There we go. Okay. We should build it over here in the meantime, then.
Citizen, we are calling you.
Okay. Advanced housing installation. I think this is the next thing we should research. Let's give it to the founders. And let's see, we are creating 176 right now. You need 100 heat stamps. I think we need to wait out for that.
The delegates have gathered and will consider
No!
the first
Hubs. Fighting hub. Research. You go there. Oh. Food's really bad. All the way here. Yeah, let's do that.
a new territory has been charted.
We'll take the coal. Nothing to do here. Okay. Need 600 workers. We don't have 600 currently. Oh, because it's extremely cold. Right. Okay. We're maxed out right now. Tension. We gotta really reduce it. We are out of workers because we don't have... We have a lot of people sick. You're low. Okay. Immediately. Raid, hello. Not Raid. Geek, hello. Welcome on in. Hello, hello. Tension's pretty high right now. I do think... Generator capacity? Okay. I think we need to insulate districts to help keep them warmer. And then by doing that, it allows us to distribute more heat to other locations. We also need to raise funds, and then we need... I think we're going to reduce the amount of workers here for now. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay. So we need to get you down here. Interesting. Let's make a promise to you. Use youth volunteer duty, family apprenticeship. Let's do youth volunteer duty. I can do that. Cold. I can at least do that. Okay. And then now, stabilizer hub. And we'll need more workforce. I think it's worth it to... Ooh, but we also need... That's only good for 18 weeks. I think we turn off our goods. Let's do that. Okay. I think next we need to research the hub that increases trust. The communication hub, I think it's called. Also here too, appreciate that. I have the heat stamps. I'm needing the prefabs, that's right. Actually, if I turn off this building and this building, then I can invest more into this and have more workers available for other places. Altering the deal at a crossroads. First citizen, claiming that their food stockpiles are running thin, Aurora came forward with a new proposal. We cannot keep supplying New Edinburgh with such massive amounts of food. It's not sustainable, claimed their head negotiator. We don't want to starve ye. We do not. So how about we cede ye some of our fishing grounds, for a price, obviously. They're demanding one of our generators' thermal holes, which they want to use to amp up their furnace. That would cripple our generator's output, but on the other hand, we would permanently secure our food supply. To sweeten the deal, they're also offering one last food shipment. Come before our pride. I think we do that. Ensure the generator relocation vote passes. Crucial components of New Edinburgh's generator may be extracted and transferred elsewhere. Thermal hull. Remove thermal hull city ability. Removes New Edinburgh's generator thermal hull, greatly decreasing its efficiency, but allowing it to be transferred and used to upgrade a furnace. Okay. People are greatly against this. I will use Youth Volunteer. I will give out free rations. And then let's propose this law. Negotiate. Vote for. We'll do that. And then negotiate. Vote for. We can construct a dense housing block. Alrighty.
The votes are in. The measure.
Now that the citizens have agreed, we can begin dismantling the thermal hull from the generator. This process is long and dangerous. The more heat the generator provides, the higher the risk of casualties. Decide if you can afford to lower its output to make the process safer, or if providing heat for the city remains the priority. Once the generator has been dismantled, its efficiency will be permanently reduced. Aye. Okay. So I think insulating all districts first is of utmost priority. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay. Nothing we can do there. Oh, I saw. We can explore here. So we shall. I haven't expanded this one yet, apparently. Good to know. Okay. Increase casualties in the process. Okay. You need to be doing that.
When an ill person dies in bed, boil the sheets thoroughly.
before reuse. How many weeks left? 970, okay. This, we need 600 workers. $29 weeks. Okay. I think we need to start doing this and continue doing installation efforts. What's going on here? Renewed mandate. Election. Take place in a few months. Your victory would be certain. However, be certain to keep starvation at bay with ample... Okay. Fresh mandate. Okay. They'll decide in due time. Oh no, it's happening.
Stay calm and seek shelter. A tremor has struck.
Immediately repair. I don't really need these other two up here, I don't think. I'm gonna dismantle these. A grim harvest was a graveyard. Relief that struck the dead rather than the living soon turned to horror as people discovered the unearthed corpses of their loved ones. When the community has asked for support to restore their place and rebury the dead, an older gentleman, student of the late James Robertson, came forward with a proposal. We could use the bodies as bone meal, like me old master once did, he offered. So the dead feed the living. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Bones get processed into high-protein stocks. Yeah. First citizen. Okay. Fervor completely gone. Good. Okay. Since we're not going to be trading with them as much, let's leave this one on and turn this one down here off. For now, anyways. We should do another... of those. And possibly even a second one there. Okay. Plenty of housing now. Stabilizer hub needs more workforce. We'll turn this off for now. And that's enough workforce that we do this stabilizer hub here. Yeah. Excellent. Okay. Treatment. I agreed to conservative treatment. Okay. Let's use grant agenda on one of these groups. Maybe you? Infectious badge.
The delegates have spoken. The law takes effect.
Okay. I could probably make these cold and it would be fine, but we also have a lot of workforce missing right now. We are quite low on population support right now. That's enough to allow a new housing district. And we'd probably put a... health is good enough. I think we'll do... but we're really needing to get these people healed, you know?
In the central district for updated maps. Our scout.
Frozen Grove materials. Ooh, very good. Instantly research advanced blasting coal mine. Whatever experiment was underway, it ended badly for the engineers now scattered in pieces across about a mile. They were likely tinkers from Aurora, testing a new mining method using dynamite. Telling our explorers to gather the small amount of coal brought up by the blast is the simplest choice, but sprinkled all across the area lie the torn technical documents of the experiment. The wind will claim that knowledge soon. Let's do the advanced blasting coal mine. And then build trails. We should probably do that. But instead we'll go that way. Hubs. Communication hub, maybe? Research consented conservative treatment. 25% underway. You get a dense housing block. Okay. Raise funds. First citizen. Okay. Silica Foundry. And ooh. Okay. Do that. Okay. You can order the shipment from your logistics district. 30 Frostland teams. Okay, so we need to build this, which means we need to reduce that so we can build survivalist headquarters, get more Frostland teams.
Citizens, our researchers have
Okay. Emergency shifts district is no longer available. I think we do that. One, two, three. Ah, shoot. I do think we temporarily turn off that building so that we have enough for another. We don't have the heat stamps. Okay. We'll leave you on for now. I think we really need to get medical stuff taken care of. And with this in place, we reduce that a little bit. That's enough to have a recovery hospital built over here. This scenario is struggling quite a bit. Yeah, just vote as is.
The votes are in. The measure passes.
Cool. I swear. Okay. Okay, slightly losing out is fine. Oh, that's just reduced. Okay. I didn't need to do that. There we go. That should be enough to allow for... We need the logistics district, which means we need more prefabs to come in. We need all of our housing back up. Okay. We'll do that. Yeah, not enough heat stamps. That makes sense.
First citizen.
Hear us, first citizens, citizens.
First citizen. We are calling you.
Why are you damaged? Vandalism.
Hear us, first citizen.
Elections. Hold vote now. Okay.
The delegates have spoken. The law takes it.
Oh, it requires 100 workforce, does it? And 100... Oh, it's 100 prefabs. Okay.
Is in effect.
Repair. 35. Requires 50 prefabs to expand. I think we need to build another fighting hub as our next thing. We're so back. Regain access to Aurora. Aurora. Has now been granted control over a portion of Aurora where there will be access to fish harvesting area and land for development. All it needs now is an official name. Name the new settlement. Ember Pool. Sure. Okay. Okay. We're not allowed to build here. Recovery hospital. Okay, good. Okay. Cool. And then that's fine. Okay. We'll do that for now. Lockmore's Tinkers. Alrighty. Infinite food there. So we need to frost break in that direction. Okay. Carry on. Meager coal mine. Okay. The Monument. Last renowned outpost before the founding of New Edinburgh. The place where the first brutal split among the exiles occurred. One group, led by the future captain, moved towards the distant volcano. The other, led by the Lockmores, fell back towards the frozen lake, rich in food. The rest is history. Still stands intact, preserved in time by ice. Left untouched by bolts until now. Trust falls significantly. We need the trust. Core worshipper. Our scouts took shelter in this ice cave where they were startled to find they weren't alone. A man sat in the deepest chambers with crates of supplies and a core-powered furnace. It speaks to me. It tells me to stay, to wait for the great thaw, the man said, again and again. He is clearly mad. Our scouts believe it would be a mercy to put him down. Then we could take the core to New Edinburgh. We'll leave it for now. Crucial source of fuel, which is slowly fading. I see. Deposit wood. I see. I see. Urban tomb. Not an uncommon sight for our Frostland teams. The crust of an old city still pierces the ice. The tops of buildings, thrust deep into decades of frost, stand like dead roots of metal and concrete, frozen in their last gasp for air. Take prefabs or take materials. I think taking prefabs is going to be more useful for us, so I'm going to wait until we have more Frostland teams. I need a new fighting hub. Is there only 5 Frostland teams for this? It's 10. Okay. So we definitely need this expansion. There we go, 10 Frostland teams. So now we can connect these trails. It's going to take 150 heat stamps. Okay. Let's grant you the agenda. Let's see.
The delegates have spoken. The law takes effect.
Cool. Our population is rising quickly. I'm gonna turn this off for now, which does reduce the amount of oil that we have available, but I think we need to up this. We need more medical. That's the big thing. Food. We need prefabs. Okay. I get it now. Unallocated heat. Okay. I'm gonna up this a little bit. I think we expand this district. And then we need more workers. We're stuck with like not enough workers. Okay. Build this out. Connect trails. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. $11 weeks. Okay. We have to do something over here. We have to go back here. You get turned off. Oh. 12-year-old girl has returned to us, but has been returned to us by an Auroran who had to pry her from a heat pipe. What's wrong with you folks? Said the man. I had to peel her off the bloody thing. The last was so cold she barely knew her own hands were burning away. The Aurorans offer to provide warm shelters for desperate folk fleeing cold conditions for fair consumption. For emergency warmth, they deserve payment. Promise to insulate your own districts. Okay. We can do that. Hopefully, maybe. It's so dire. I think... Yeah, we have to do that, unfortunately. Why is it disabled still? How many people are needed for... It's 400. Okay, that's still not enough. There we go. Turn this on. Factories. Think we need to do that. It'll get us more prefabs, it'll get us more other things. Okay, that's being constructed. I think we're just turning that off for now. Maybe we're not. Use Grant's agenda on the founders.
Hear us, first citizen.
Insulate. We can't insulate you yet. We desperately need food. 100,000. I think we Okay. What did we find? Oh, yes. We should take these prefabs. Requires 15 Frostland teams. Okay. Logistics bays. Another idea is being researched. Okay. We need to do that so that we can get more. Is there another? As far as I see, it's just the two. Okay, what's causing us to be sick?
First citizen?
Hear us, first citizen.
Okay, what's this that they want? I'm like, a lot of the law stuff in this playthrough hasn't felt as critical for like what the immediate needs are.
The measure passes.
So it does lead to some back and forth. I'm having like a huge issue with housing availability, and that's like the main you know what? Under city there is housing distribution, and that would probably help. Okay, back over to here. You get insulated. Better indoor temperatures. I should have read that, but whatever. The sound of chains. 2 cities, 1 generator. First citizen, many natives of Aurora are seeking asylum. They are what Lockmore calls servants. One can live long enough in shackles till you don't really feel them anymore, says one Trudy McQuilkin. If I knock this day and beg ye to take me in, it is because for first time I know another life, other than this wretched lie I lived so far, may be possible. For years, rumors spread of Lockmore slavery and caste divisions. Now the truth stands at your door. What do we do? Take them in, push them back. Just or unjust? I mean, at this point, I'm not really needing to do any trades with them, you know? "13 weeks will last for 152 weeks, so that's more than enough time. We should really build a food district." But we have some big issues here that we're needing to deal with. Nope. Okay. Pharmaceuticals could be built, and that would greatly reduce disease. I think housing distribution is the big thing. And we've also been really shy on heat stamps, so I think merit-based housing.
Our scouts have surveyed new areas.
Okay, what's over here? Another fortunate tragedy, so quite a bit of coal. A landmark. And we'll explore these plains. 159 weeks, okay. A new home. How much do we need for this? 200. Okay. Okay. We have a lot of people sick, but it also says, like, we don't...
Please queue in the central district for updated maps. Our scouts have charted new territory.
We spotted a long caravan trapped in the ice. Despite their denials, it's clearly a group of people fleeing from Aurora with a sizable haul of fish they evidently stole. With their convoy frozen in place, leaving all that fish behind would be both a terrible waste and dangerous proof of their treachery if they decide to return to Aurora. Break the convoy free of the ice so they can continue their escape. Lighten them of their load so they can return home. I think we will lighten them of their load because we need food. An irregular mound of snow, the slow chewing of time and weather over something that happened long ago, something our scouts have grown used to spotting with ease. Leaving its belongings behind, never sparked. A group of people who never reached their destination. The reasons behind the mound can always vary. It depends on how deep our scouts feel like digging. They usually stop when they find something useful, like in this case. A lot of materials, a lot of coal. Nice. Somewhere to explore. Some plains down here seem good. And I think we are going to take this core. Okay. We must head back here.
A new council session is now in order.
Let's grant you the agenda. Heated Commons. vote against this. And sure, we'll use youth volunteer duty.
The delegates have spoken. The law is tabled.
Unfortunately, we need to deal a little bit more with crime. Okay. Squalor. We'll need to do something for reducing squalor. High crime, high squalors, increasing tension. Okay. We have more than enough housing right now, so we're going to turn on another one of these. Produce prefabs. We need food coming in.
Report any suspicious behavior to your local guard patrol. They are here to help.
Oh. Interesting. Okay. I love this. This, we need to connect trails eventually, but not yet.
A new
Angry little errors. 2 cities, 1 generator. First citizen, some punks from Aurora have been busy covering the walls of an entire district with offensive graffiti. The sheer number of spelling errors and questionable puns strongly suggests this is the work of children. Fartfinger's Gawhim is probably the crown jewel of the bunch. Many of our people, however, have actually taken personal offense and may not respond well to a soft reaction or no response at all. Make it educational. Have the youth rewrite everything using proper grammar, then clean it up. We'll do this. Our trust level is fine. These people have managed to place their camp in a crevasse safe from the freezing wind. We shall take them in. cores and oil. Cores, coal, food. You know, let's go here. Oil would be good to have. Yeah, we have people dying over in... Not enough heat stamps for that. Sure, generator capacity seems fine for now. Should probably just do like a little bit. That way people won't die from cold.
Please queue in the central
Okay. Merit-based housing. Let's negotiate. Mostly hesitant, but I want you to vote for... Sure, we'll build a patrol watchtower.
The votes are in. The measure passes.
We can do that. I see. "16 weeks.
Attention, citizens. A new law is in effect.
Ooh, you know what? I'm gonna have trust fall because I think we need to get Skyways researched. What? Okay, we're gonna do that.
Stay clear of poorly maintained buildings.
Bonfire camp. Constantly burning bonfire. These people work nearly nonstop just to survive. Sight of our scouts, to whom they confess their yearning for finer things in life besides gathering wood and food. All right. Okay. We have quite a bit of people getting healed here. Establish a steady food supply. Okay. Grace period has ended. Is it an extraction district? What the fuck? We'll have to provide 90 more heat to Aurora for 30 weeks. I can do this. Okay. I think we connect these trails. Frostland. I think we need the Skyways. What are we needing? We are needing more food. Okay, so melting deep deposits. We don't need to do that. However, it's a special building called Fishery Hub. Okay. I was like, oh, it's a food spot. Obviously, it's a food thing. We're going to turn this off. Turn this back up. And we will also turn this one off. And I think we need to turn this on. I think we'll need to build another dense housing block here. More workers, fantastic. Do I have access to that one? No. The only one I had access to was that one. Yeah, we should do that. Let's grant you the agenda. Supported quarantine. I prefer this. Shelter demand is increased, though. Disease is significantly decreased. Yes. I hope this goes through.
The eyes have it.
Do we have the workforce for it? We do. Okay. Advanced blasting coal mine.
A new law is in effect.
Good trade. Nice. Lower this by 1, and then we can build another blasting coal mine here. Tremor imminent. I think we need to do logistics bays. Skyway. Okay, it's going to cost 120 prefabs, but I think that's going to be worth it soon enough. Okay. Send resources. If vote was held right now, your vote would, your whatever would be certain. I really need to get some goods underway. Maybe that's what I can do in this one. Build. Probably salvaging factory. We have a lot of workers available. So let's turn this one on with this as well. Okay, and then we want these back on.
The Research Institute is ready to present its latest breakthrough.
Repair you. Repair you. Expand you. I think that's fine. Right. Insulate you. Build dense housing block here. Okay. We've gotten the health stuff under control, at least for the time being. And so that means we have more workers available, which means we can build... we need you to get expanded. Honestly, probably just do this. And then we build another... Don't have the prefabs. But we would build another housing district through there. What did we explore? This. Tar pits. Our crews must be careful to harvest the precious fuel without exposing it to the heat of their lamps or torches. Cool. Crash automaton. Take the cores. Yeah. I want to explore this. And we'll explore this as well. We'll research this. Research speed increased and disease decreased.
The eyes have it.
We're gonna need to do something for Squalor, but for now... Ugh.
First citizen, we are calling you. Hear us. First citizen.
Hear us, first citizen.
First citizen.
First citizen.
First citizen. Can you hear us?
Okay. Another fishing hub would be 100 prefabs.
People of the city, your council has voted.
Okay. I think we reduce... Yeah. We need the heat stamps. So maybe I go over here and I ask for some heat stamps from you and from you. Salvaging factory, we get another one there. And then what were we given access to? Here. Build a district here to access the Frostland. That's not the right text. Okay, we'll do that. What? Well, sorry. Dense housing block. I think that's good for the immediate need. I think we need another industrial district. Yeah, there's some prefab spots down here. Oh, there's some prefab spots there. We should build... It's going to cause some additional squalor.
To the person or persons who keep smearing feces on the first citizens' portraits, enough.
Enough. Fighting hub. We'll build one here. We'll build one up here.
Recess.
The groom, the bride, the brood. 2 cities, 1 generator. 2 young lovers, tipped an ex-priest, chose the frozen lake as their altar and tried to marry in secret. He is a forefinger, she's a Lockmore. Their families tracked them down and stopped the rite. Knives were drawn, some blood was shed, yet the worst was avoided, for now. The 2 kids are too young to really care about old feuds. It is not law, but tradition that forbids them. Before this turns fully Shakespearean, it needs to be taken care of, one way or another. Population growth is slightly increased. Some teeth will grind, yet they're seeds for a better future. Let's get another fishing hub going. It's only 3, so I don't know why it's struggling, but whatever. We have enough prefabs that we should build our skyway now. $200 heat stamps. Okay, things are pretty rough here, but we can lower tension.
Please queue in the central district for a
Almost certain to lose. Yeah. I would have been slightly better off if I had figured out how to do the, that earlier. Take them in. Promote. Dense housing block in any district. Sure thing. Make promise. All do maintenance. Sure thing. Youth volunteer duty. Let's transfer resources. Trust rises. Okay. I'm gonna hold the vote because I think I'll make it through. Please? Okay. Whew.
The votes are in. The measure pass.
Level of trust and then win the next first citizens election. Ugh. Listen, I'm trying, I swear. We build that one. Okay, cool. More land. Yeah, we'll do that. Let's build an additional housing district. Four, five, six. Problems in the city. The latest count shows many of our people recently died of hunger. The hollow, vacant stairs of the starving haunt the streets of the city, and an undercurrent of panic. Lurk, have a great stream. Thanks, yeah. Have a nice lurk. The hollow, vacant stairs of the starving haunt the streets of the city, and an undercurrent of panic tugs at their feet. People fear the horror of years past will return under your leadership. It would be prudent to reassure them. Keep starving to death until hunger is brought down. I see. I'm really hoping that things will be resolved shortly. Psst, that's silly looking. Research. I do think that's important. I think we need a communication hub to raise trust. And here we're going to do extraction district 3, 4, 5, 6. Abandoned coal mine. Captain Stash. Frozen hatch, right in the middle of the Frostland. One of our scouts nearly broke his neck, falling right through it. It turns out to be a warehouse very recently built. The wood is still fresh. There's a substantial stock of canned provisions, some valuables, and an impressive amount of coal. There's little to no doubt it's the work of the old captain and his last goons, who were clearly preparing to make a run for it well before the tremors. I think we do this. Oh, I have the scouts. Oh, I can go all the way to here. Okay, that's going to be a decent amount of frost stamps. Frost stamps? Heat stamps. Build a recovery hospital. I think we can and should do that. Okay, we're gonna do this for now. We have more housing being built. We shall build. We would need a fighting hub. Yeah, I kind of expected that, but I think we need to get a fighting hub to reduce tension here. We will feed New Edinburgh. Trade proposal accepted. Cool. So we shall send them 50,000 coal. We will build this recovery hospital that we're needing to.
Have increased.
Okay. 300 food supply to New Edinburgh for 25 weeks. Connect New Edinburgh and Aroa to increase trade limit above 250. Yes. Why does that say optional? It has to be done. Okay, that's complete. So we build this recovery hospital.
Recess has ended. The council sits again.
I can probably convert you to goods. Hopefully. Let's grant you the agenda. Sure. If we're gonna flip-flop, let's have it be whatever, you know?
The delegates have spoken. The law takes effect.
Fill a hole with sin. 2 cities, 1 generator. Small team of construction workers has unearthed an old burial site with mutilated bodies. There's no doubt they are Lockmoors. This gruesome discovery confirms the long-rumored clash between a group of Aurora fishermen and one of our early Frostland teams returning from a difficult expedition. Frayed nerves turned a simple misunderstanding into a full-blown carnage. A truly ugly affair, one that the old captain buried for 20 years, yet Aurora never forgot. This is his legacy. All we can do is give the dead a proper burial. Okay. More than enough housing. Communication hub almost complete. Let's go to these hills. It says there's something I haven't interacted with yet. Like, I've looked at this. And I've looked at this. I don't know, strange.
The Research Institute.
Okay. I agreed to this. All do maintenance. Oh, I spent 50 for, like, Yeah, that wasn't a good use of resources, but whatever. This one's stressful. Okay. 80 heat stamps. Okay. We need more heat stamps. But now we can do this. Ah, just shy. Okay. Soon enough. More land. Below average. Huh. Did we get more land? We did, down here. Hear us. Communication hub should be built here. One, two. Yeah, three. And then here, I think we'll do a coal liquefactor.
Children caught idling during school hours will be punished.
I don't think we actually need this one, so we're gonna get rid of it. Let's get some communications hubs going. One there. One. There. Okay, and we would need more heat stamps. Another silica foundry would do good. Delighted you kept your word.
has proposed.
Da, 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 da. Charcoal plants, waste heat conversion. Heating. Heat dispatcher, pump jacks. Let's do this.
Citizens, your delegates will soon vote on their latest proposal.
Okay. Negotiate. Is there anything mostly against? Vote for. We can research this. I think that's fine.
The delegates have spoken. The law takes effect.
How are things here for oil? Okay.
People of the city, your council has voted.
Oh, wait. Did we... We did increase. Okay, so I can do that. Let's do 10 like that. Okay. No tension. We can build another communication hub. Perfect. I think you can be converted to goods as well. Do we have a second one? We do. I think we want a salvaging factory up here. Need the heat stamps for that. Okay. Granting them the agenda and then extracting money. Okay. 500. There we go. And that'll get us some more of that coming in. We can get 2 more fishing hubs going. One there. And one here. Okay. Below average. It would be 3,500 in order to be able to do that. Okay. Am I able to get... No, I'm not able to. Okay, but there are materials over here, and we have enough people that we could do some stuff here. Do that. Sure. Okay. Anything down here? No. We have plenty of population here, though. Okay. Tension's relatively low. Okay. If we send you that way... Yeah. More than enough. I think the next thing we need to research is the freight docks, which increases skyway capacity. Oh.
The first citizen appreciates all your adoring letters and will answer personally in due time.
This. I do wish housing was prioritized and then other things reduced. Sort of evenly across the board. Okay. Freight docks. Yes. this. Let's do a new housing district. 3, 4, 5, 6. We have enough workers that we should do one of these. It would be additional prefabs needed. You are for carrying coal, so we will do a double salvaging factory here. Heated commons. It'd be a little bit less heat stamps.
The delegates have spoken. The law takes effect.
Ice Cave lies a group of starved hunters. They were so thin, the wolves had nothing to chew on. It's a wonder the hunters didn't succumb to chewing on each other. There was no meat or food of any kind, of course, but we did find several sleds piled with the furs we could use. Take the goods. Settlement from old times. Okay. Connect that in. Okay, we only have 5 scout teams right now, but that's fine. Oh, we did, emergency medical hubs. Could build a couple of those. I think we'll go ahead and do this. Will be filled in 41 weeks. I think we go ahead and do this. I don't think we need more settlers. We need to do something about squalor eventually, but now is not that time. Oh. Volcano time. Hmm. Yes. The volcano has erupted, spewing tons of ash into the air. Volcanic night darkens the land, people panic and turn to crime. Another eruption is certain. New Edinburgh is doomed. Only Aurora is safe. First citizen elections have been suspended for the duration of the evacuation. We will make Aurora our home. Okay. Research evacuation hub. Build at least one evacuation hub. Ah. Okay. Everything's a little bit warmer now. I wonder why. Okay, freight dock. Evacuation hub. Wow. Gone basically immediately. That sucks. I was almost there and then the exact buildings I needed just went away. Um Okay. Turn both of those off. Okay. I need to build this evacuation hub. Where do I build it? It seems wherever is fine. Shadows and torches. In these dark days, citizens yearn for any form of emotional soothing. Massive series of processions, akin to traditional guising. They wear masks as they march with lit torches and other ancestral forms of warding off ill. Symbolic as it may be, our citizens would certainly benefit from it, but it also means temporarily losing a lot of workers. If allowed, the festivity will last 20 weeks. They may march if they wish, but we won't encourage it. Outpost efficiency. Okay. We're gonna need additional housing here for sure. 1, 2. And then I guess 3 there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Fishery hub. These ones here. Okay. Perfect. Let's do this as much as possible right now. Well, that's not what I meant to do, but whatever. We do need to go here, and we should set up some extraction districts. Right, it's per one type. I always forget that. Okay, and then we get an additional fishery hub there. Back here. Load prefabs. Load coal. Load coal. Free essentials? Sure. We're moving anyway, so. Broken mountains. Hills. Hills. Anywhere else? Hills. Okay. Okay. That's enough for now. Oh. We have to. View counter offer. We'll do that. Yeah, sorry, brokers. Other stuff came up. Okay, what's out here to explore? Not much, really. Let's see. You have housing. Written souls to save. Some of the founders urge you to allow them to save the vast number of books crammed in the old captain's house. We know just fine the hour we face, what priorities are. Founder Emma Auchincloss. Yet these volumes are all we have been, and all we might yet hope to become. I am not the only one willing to risk all to safeguard the treasure of knowledge. If I had the heat stamps, I would have done it. Unfortunate. Okay. Food on another one. Food on a third one. We have a good amount of workers, so let's go ahead and do this and do... Okay. Very well. Okay. As much as we can. Let's also adjust this one more that direction. Nope, can't. Okay. 1,290 per day. Can I send these off? Requires 10 Frostland teams. Okay. Easy enough to do. We go to logistics. Promote you. And I can't raise funds from you. How much does it cost for that? 120. Hopefully the standardized outposts goes through.
The votes are in.
Okay.
Measure passes.
The Lost Flock. Fearing for their lives and unwilling to wait for evacuation, some citizens have left New Edinburgh, intending to brave the Frostland on foot in search of safety. He doesn't know his way out there. None of them do. They're doomed. Dispatch emergency evacuation is now available in logistics district. Unfortunate. First transport. It's important to ensure the colony has enough shelter and resources. Returning and soon be available for the next transport. Okay. Go. And need more Frostland teams. Okay. I'm gonna add some dense housing blocks to ensure we have enough housing. Volcanic night. Unending darkness is poisoning the city with crime, and many homes are being stormed by bands of drifters. They come knocking at our door, howling like mad wolves, a woman told us. I open, fair afeared, thinking someone needs help. 5 of them rush in, wild-eyed. They take all we have, sparing our lives out of begging. 'Tis a nightmare we cannot wake from. Say, if we cannot defend them, they want the means to do it themselves. Crime is increased. Okay. Deliver the promised resources. We are reducing on the number of goods currently, unfortunately. Extract the core. Evacuated the majority of population. Doom approaches. Time to think about extracting the generator's core. Removing this component will release a massive surge of underground pressure, pushing the volcano into a full, devastating eruption. This means certain death for anyone still in the city shortly after the generator's core is extracted. It's a delicate and dramatic balance. Any effort to evacuate as many people as possible may take away precious time needed to extract the generator's core before it's too late. Okay. Send group. Old steamer. Believe it or not, some older scouts say it's a steamer, judging by the bow jutting from the ice. Incredibly, a woman lives inside. Her exact age is impossible to tell, but her mind, just as the ship, is frozen in time. She acts like a child, barely speaks our language, and says she's waiting for her parents to return from a brief stopover. Over the years, she has rearranged the ship's cargo as her personal doll's house. When offered to come back with us, she gets incredibly unsettled. Her folks told her not to move from there. We'll respect that. Urban tomb. We'll take the materials. Take the coal. Don't necessarily need to. Meager coal landmark. Gotcha. Over here. Already researched. We'll take that. That's more coal. Okay. Load. Load. Let's go over here and make sure that everything's set up well. Yes. We must expand this district. We already have an extraction district here. We might as well expand this. And we don't have enough prefabs currently for that. Fair enough. Requires 5,000 food. Oh, okay. And okay. We'll do that. That'll set us up well. Send. This one out here. We can turn that off. Okay, that's a good place to be at currently. Oh gosh, it's a lot of people we need to keep sending across. Okay. Evacuate all citizens, leaving only the evacuation skeleton crew. Emergency evacuations ability. I think we need to do that. I think it says it's going to take 30 weeks. So you've started extracting the core from the generator. Go over here, take a look. Oh shit, we do not have enough here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Promote. Need to raise funds from you. We're gonna start dismantling some things, I think. Okay. Tensions have risen to fever pitch. I don't know what they're talking about with the cold. Squalor is bad, though. Boom, 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 boom. Load coal on everything. Unhoused people in Aurora. Ah. Sure, I'll fund your projects. Failed to deliver. Yep. Well, we didn't get to extract the core.
The moment I'm gone, Aurora will stab you in the back. Driven by desperation and hunger, you will have no choice but to cut a deal with them. Emboldened and greedy, they will keep making demands till they have you feed their fish with the guts of my generator. And when the mountain eventually awakes, and you are forced into exodus, you will seek refuge in their arms. I had a dream, citizen. Is this yours?
Is this yours? Ah. It's market day in New Aurora. The year's 1959. People browse through the wares and mingle, exchanging the latest gossip. Huddled by the furnace, children play marbles, oblivious to the events that transpired here decades ago. The older citizens remember independence, famine, the split of Aurora. They remember the fate of New Edinburgh. The lava and the ash, the evacuation, the refugees and the dead. They remember the Four Fingers and the Lockmores. But time heals all wounds. Over the years, both sides of the wall came to realize that they shared more than a generator. They shared a past, and so they chose once more to share a future. During a recent expedition to the ruins of New Edinburgh, some scouts spotted a sprout in the ashes. The old captain was wrong. And that is the DLC. Didn't fully succeed on evacuating everyone, but we got a large majority of people out of there. And we got it on our first try. That's a really tough scenario. And now that I know a little bit more how it plays, I have some ideas of how to play through it better for future runs. But yeah. With that, that's where we're going to wrap up stream for today. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. If you did and you're not already subscribed over on YouTube or following over on Twitch, make sure you do so. One of the best ways to make sure you don't miss any of the future streams. I'll be back tomorrow with some more Frostpunk 2. I don't know if, like, I might try one of the endless mode things because there's like story pieces there. And we beat this scenario, so like it doesn't feel like a huge reason to like replay immediately. Yeah. I think we'll start an endless mode thing tomorrow. Yeah. Alrighty. Let's find a friend to raid over to. Let's raid on over to Amada. Yeah. Alrighty. Thank y'all so much for watching once again. I hope you enjoy your time with Amada. She's quite lovely. Yeah. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye, friends.